Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crystal forest whispered ancient secrets as twilight descended upon its ethereal canopy. Shimmering leaves of translucent quartz rustled in a breeze that carried the faint echoes of forgotten melodies. It was here, amidst the glowing trunks and luminescent undergrowth, that young Ellender's destiny began to unfold. The elven prince moved with silent grace through the forest, his lithe form barely disturbing the delicate equilibrium of light and shadow. His emerald eyes, bright with youthful curiosity, scanned the mystical landscape. Elinder had ventured deeper into the crystal forest than ever before, drawn by an inexplicable pull that tugged at the very core of his being. As the last rays of sunlight filtered through the crystalline foliage, casting prismatic reflections across the forest floor, Elinder stumbled upon a hidden grotto. At its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk spiraling skyward in intricate patterns. Unlike the surrounding crystal trees, this oak pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its bark etched with glowing runes that seemed to dance in the fading light. Mesmerized, Elinder approached the tree, his fingertips tracing the luminous symbols. Suddenly, the runes flared to life, and a vision exploded behind his eyes. He saw his beloved kingdom of Elendriel engulfed in shadows, its once majestic spires crumbling beneath an onslaught of darkness. The cries of his people echoed in his ears as the vision faded, leaving him gasping and trembling before the ancient oak. The prophecy has chosen its vessel, a voice like wind through leaves whispered. From the shadows emerged Ilara, the ageless keeper of lore. Her silver hair cascaded over robes woven from moonlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of millennia. Young prince, you have been granted the burden of foresight. The shadow army rises once more, and only the wielder of the Sword of Light can hope to stand against the coming darkness. Ellender's heart raced as the weight of destiny settled upon his shoulders. Where can I find this Sword of Light? He asked, his voice steady despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. Ilara's gaze softened with compassion. The blade rests in the lair of Zirithian, the twilight dragon, high in the dusk mountain. But beware, young one, for the path is treacherous, and the sword's power comes at a great cost. With a determined nod, Elinder set out on his quest. The crystal forest gave way to windswept plains and treacherous marshlands. As he navigated the perilous landscape, Elinder encountered both allies and adversaries. A pack of shadow wolves nearly overwhelmed him at the edge of the whispering bog, their phantom fangs tearing at his flesh. It was then that an unlikely savior emerged from the mist. Thorin Ironheart, a dwarf with a wild mane of flame-red hair and eyes like polished onyx, barreled into the fray with a mighty war cry. His enchanted warhammer crackled with lightning as it smashed through the spectral beasts. As the last wolf dissipated into wisps of darkness, Thorin turned to Elinder with a gruff nod. What brings an elf princeling so far from his crystal towers? The dwarf asked, his voice as rough as the rocky crags of his homeland. Elinder hesitated, weighing the wisdom of trusting this strange dwarf. But something in Thorin's eyes spoke of honor and loyalty, traits the young elf had always admired. He shared his vision and the prophecy, watching as Thorin's expression shifted from skepticism to grim determination. The shadows threaten us all, Thorin growled. My people have felt the stirrings of darkness in the deep places of the earth. I'll join your quest, elf. My hammer could use a good workout, and so an unlikely alliance was forged. Elf and dwarf, united against a common foe, journeyed toward the looming silhouette of the Dusk Mountain. Their path led them through ancient ruins where wraiths whispered temptations and promises of power. In the caverns of echoing sorrow, they faced their deepest fears made manifest, emerging stronger for having confronted the darkness within themselves. As they ascended the treacherous slopes of the Dusk Mountains, Elinder and Thorin's bond deepened. They shared tales of their respective cultures, finding common ground in their love for craftsmanship and the beauty of the natural world. The elf taught the dwarf the names of stars in the ancient elven tongue, while Thorin instructed Elinder in the art of reading the secret language of stone. Finally, they stood before the yawning entrance to Zirithian's lair. The cave mouth exhaled warm air that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Elinder and Thorin exchanged a look of resolve before plunging into the dragon's domain. The cavern was a wonder to behold. Crystals of every hue jutted from walls that pulsed with veins of liquid starlight. At the chamber's heart, coiled upon a bed of treasure that would make kings weep with envy, lay Zirithian. The twilight dragon's scales shifted between deepest purple and the silver of a new moon, and its eyes held the wisdom of ages. "I have awaited your arrival, young ones." Zirithian's voice reverberated through their very souls. The sword of light calls to its chosen wielder. From the hoard rose a blade of pure radiance, its hilt adorned with intricate elven and dwarven runes that spoke of unity and hope. As Elinder reached for the sword, a shadow fell across the cavern entrance. "I must thank you for leading me straight to the prize," came a silky voice that sent chills down Elinder's spine. There stood Melith, his father's most trusted advisor, flanked by a contingent of elite elven warriors whose eyes glowed with an unnatural darkness. "You?" Elinder gasped, his hand frozen inches from the sword of light. "But why?" Melith's laughter was cold and cruel. "Power, dear prince. The Shadow Army offers dominion over all the realms. Why settle for one kingdom when I can rule them all?" As Melith's corrupted warriors surged forward, Thorin let out a battle cry that shook the very mountains. His hammer met the first wave of attackers, sending them flying backward in a shower of sparks. Elinder, shaking off his shock, grasped the sword of light. As his fingers closed around the hilt, power surged through him, illuminating the cavern with holy radiance. The battle that ensued was as beautiful as it was terrible. Elinder moved with inhuman grace, the sword of light leaving trails of starfire in its wake. Thorin was a whirlwind of destruction, his hammer crushing shadow-tainted armor and bone alike. Even Zirithian joined the fray, his twilight breath turning traitors to glittering dust. But for every foe they felled, two more seemed to take its place. Melith, wielding a staff of writhing shadows, pressed his advantage. "You cannot hope to stand against the tide of darkness," he taunted. "Join us, Elinder. With the sword of light in our possession, we would be unstoppable." For a moment, Elinder faltered. The power coursing through him from the sword was intoxicating, whispering promises of greatness and glory. He could see himself leading armies, conquering realms, shaping the world to his will. All he had to do was give in to the seductive call of power. "Elinder," Thorin's voice cut through the haze of temptation. "Remember who you are. Remember what we fight for." The dwarf's words pierced Elinder's heart like an arrow of truth. He saw flashes of his people, of the crystal forest, of all the beauty and wonder that would be lost if he succumbed to darkness. With a cry of defiance, Elinder raised the sword of light high. "I fight for the light," he proclaimed, "for hope, for unity, for all free peoples of Middle-earth." The sword blazed like a newborn sun, its light filling every corner of the cavern. The shadow warriors screamed as the pure radiance burned away the darkness that had corrupted them. Melith, his plans crumbling around him, attempted to flee, but Zirithian's massive tail blocked his escape. As the light faded, Elinder stood panting, the sword of light humming contentedly in his grasp. Thorin approached, his armor dented but his eyes shining with pride. "Well fought, princeling," the dwarf said gruffly, clapping Elinder on the shoulder. "You've got the makings of a true hero." Zirithian's rumbling voice filled the cavern once more. "The battle is won, but the war has only just begun. The Shadow Army still gathers its strength, and there are more traitors hidden in the halls of power than you know." Elinder nodded solemnly, the weight of his responsibility settling upon him like a mantle. "Then we must prepare." We'll gather allies from every corner of Middle-earth elf, dwarf, human, and all free peoples who would stand against the darkness. As they emerged from the dragon's lair, the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of hope. Elinder and Thorin stood side by side, the sword of light gleaming between them. Their journey had forged a friendship that would become legend, a beacon of unity in the dark times to come. But they knew that the true strength to overcome the shadows lay not in the power of magical weapons or ancient prophecies, but in the bonds of fellowship and the unwavering light of hope that burned in the hearts of those who dared to stand against evil. And as they set off down the mountain towards whatever challenges awaited them, Elinder and Thorin carried with them the first embers of a fire that would one day blaze across all of Middle-earth, a flame of resistance that no shadow could ever truly extinguish. Storie 2. The mithril caverns echoed with the clash of steel and the guttural war cries of ORCs as Queen Helga Ironfist stood atop the battlements of the last dwarven stronghold. Her eyes, hard as the diamonds mined from these very mountains, surveyed the seething mass of enemies below. The once pristine valley, where mithril veins had glittered beneath babbling brooks, now ran red with the blood of her people. Helga's weathered hand tightened around the hilt of her ancestral warhammer, Soul Crusher, its runes pulsed with an inner fire, responding to the queen's indomitable will. She had led her people through countless battles, but never had the stakes been so dire. The ORC horde seemed endless, their crude siege engines hurling boulders against the ancient dwarven fortifications with relentless fury. My queen, gasped Torgin Stoneheart, her most trusted general, as he rushed to her side. His beard was singed, and a fresh cut oozed above his left eye. The eastern tunnels have fallen. We've sealed them, but it won't hold for long. We're running out of time. Helga's jaw clenched, the muscles working beneath her intricate braids. Then we make our final stand here. Torgin, let the stones of our ancestors bear witness to our courage. As if in answer to her declaration, a blast of sickly green energy erupted from the ORC lines, slamming into the mountainside and sending cracks spiderwebbing across the ancient stone. Helga stumbled, her eyes widening in disbelief. Dark magic, she spat. These vermin have allied themselves with powers beyond their ken. It was in that moment of despair that a figure materialized on the battlement beside them, as if stepping out of thin air itself. Tall and lithe, with eyes that held the light of long-dead stars, the newcomer stood in stark contrast to the stout dwarven defenders. His robes, the color of twilight, rippled in a wind that seemed to touch him alone. Greetings, Queen Helga Ironfist, the figure intoned, his voice as ancient as the mountains themselves. I am Elendriel, and I come offering aid in your darkest hour. Torgin's axe was in his hand in an instant, but Helga stayed him with a raised palm. An elf? She questioned, suspicion evident in her voice. What aid could you possibly offer that would turn the tide of this battle? Elendriel's ageless face remained impassive. Not aid for this battle, your majesty, but for the war itself. I possess knowledge of an artifact, one of immense power, capable of awakening the stone guardians that sleep in the depths of your mountain. Helga's eyes narrowed. The slumbering legion? They are but a myth, a bedtime story told to dwarfling babes. All myths have their roots in truth, Queen of Stone, Elendriel replied. The guardians are real, as is the artifact that can awaken them. With an army of living stone at your command, you could drive back not just this ORC horde, but secure the safety of your people for generations to come. Another explosion rocked the battlements, and Helga could hear the splintering of wood as one of the great gates below gave way. The cries of her warriors, valiant but increasingly desperate, rose up from the lower levels. And what would you ask in return for this? Knowledge, Helga demanded, even as part of her already knew she had no choice but to accept. Elendriel's eyes gleamed. There is an item, a relic of my people, long lost in these halls. The Star of Arundel, a gem of great power and greater significance. Aid me in retrieving it, and I shall guide you to the means of your salvation. Helga exchanged a glance with Torgin, reading the mix of hope and wariness in her old friend's eyes. With a heavy sigh, she nodded. So be it, elf. Lead on, and pray to whatever gods you hold dear, that this is not some elaborate trick. For if it is, I swear by the bones of my ancestors that I will personally see you entombed in the deepest pit of these mountains." Elendriel bowed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Your reputation for directness is well earned, Your Majesty. Come, we have little time to waste." As they descended into the heart of the mountain, leaving trusted captains to oversee the ongoing battle, Helga couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The elf moved with uncanny grace through the twisting tunnels, as if he had traversed them 100 times before. His knowledge of secret passages and hidden chambers spoke of a familiarity that no outsider should possess. Their journey took them deeper than Helga had ever ventured, past long-abandoned mine shafts and through caverns glittering with undiscovered veins of precious metals. At last, they came to a vast underground lake, its black waters as still as glass. At its center rose a small island, upon which stood a pedestal of intricately carved stone. There, Elendriel breathed, pointing to a faint glimmer atop the pedestal. The Star of Arundel. As they approached the island in a small boat that seemed to materialize from the mists, Helga's unease grew. The air here felt charged, as if they stood on the precipice of something monumental. When they reached the pedestal, she saw that the star was no mere gem, but a complex device of crystal and mithril, pulsing with an inner light that seemed to whisper of cosmic secrets. Elendriel reached for the artifact with reverent hands, but Helga interceded. "Not so fast, elf. You've yet to uphold your end of the bargain. Where is this weapon that can awaken the stone guardians?" A change came over Elendriel then, subtle but unmistakable. The agelessness of his features seemed to sharpen, taking on an almost predatory cast. "Ah, Queen Helga," he said, his voice now tinged with something that sent shivers down her spine, always so focused on the immediate threat. "But do you not see? The weapon to save your people has been in your possession all along." With a gesture faster than thought, Elendriel snatched Soul Crusher from Helga's grasp. The hammer's runes flared to life, but instead of the warm glow of dwarven magic, they now pulsed with an eerie, sickly light. "Your ancestors were clever. I'll grant them that," Elendriel continued, admiring the weapon. "To hide such power in plain sight, disguising it as a simple warhammer. But they could never have unlocked its true potential. Only one versed in the deepest magics of the elves and the ORCs combined could hope to wield it properly." Realization dawned on Helga like a physical blow. You're in league with them." With the ORCs, Elendriel's laugh was cold and hollow. "League? Oh no, my dear queen. I command them. The ORCs are but pawns in a game that has been playing out for millennia. And now, with the Star of Arundel and Soul Crusher united, I shall at last have the power to reshape Middle-earth itself." Helga and Torgen moved to attack, but with a wave of Elendriel's hand, they found themselves frozen in place, unable to so much as twitch a finger. "I must thank you for your unwitting aid," Elendriel said, striding past them towards the boat. "As a token of my gratitude, I'll ensure that your people are given a swift end, rather than the tortuous fate I had originally planned. Farewell, Queen of a dying race. May your gods grant you solace in the halls of your ancestors." As Elendriel vanished into the mists of the underground lake, the paralysis holding Helga and Torgen in place began to fade. The queen fell to her knees, a cry of anguish and rage tearing from her throat. They had been betrayed, manipulated by an enemy far more insidious than they could have imagined. But as the echoes of her cry faded, something else stirred in the depths of the mountain. A rumbling, not of collapsing stone or Orcish siege engines, but of something far more ancient awakening. The waters of the lake began to ripple, and from its depths rose massive figures of living stone, their eyes glowing with the same runic light that had pulsed within Soul Crusher. Helga stood, awe and hope warring within her heart. "The slumbering legion," she whispered. "He spoke true, after all." Torgen laughed, a sound of disbelief and renewed determination. "It seems the elf's clever plan had one fatal flaw, my queen." He failed to realize that the true power of Soul Crusher lay not in the hammer itself, but in the bloodline of those destined to wield it. As if in confirmation, one of the massive stone guardians knelt before Helga, its gravelly voice resonating through the cavern. "We awaken to serve, Queen of Stone and Iron. Command us, and we shall drive back the darkness that threatens your realm." Helga's eyes blazed with newfound purpose. The battle was far from over. But now the tides had turned. With the slumbering legion at her command and the treachery of Elendil revealed, she would rally her people and push back the Orcish horde. And then, she vowed, she would hunt down the traitorous elf and reclaim Soulcrusher, no matter how far she had to pursue him. As Helga and Torgen raced back towards the upper levels of the mithril caverns, the thunderous footsteps of the stone guardians shaking the very foundations of the mountain, a new chapter in the history of Middle-earth was about to be written. The dwarves would remind the world why they were a force to be reckoned with, and Helga Ironfist would etch her name into legend as the queen who defied fate itself. The war for the future of Middle-earth had only just begun. Story 3. The silver leaves of Thoria whispered ancient secrets as Felin, once a proud elven warrior, now in exile, slipped through the ethereal forest. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting an otherworldly glow on his path. The weight of his banishment hung heavy on his shoulders, but determination burned in his emerald eyes. He would clear his name, no matter the cost. As he reached the edge of his former homeland, Felin cast one last glance at the shimmering spires of the elven capital. The false accusation of treason still rang in his ears, a bitter melody that fueled his resolve. With a heavy heart, he turned away and plunged into the wild lands beyond. Days blended into weeks as Felin traversed treacherous marshes and scaled wind-swept cliffs. The lands outside Thoria were as beautiful as they were dangerous. Felin encountered creatures of legend, graceful unicorns that drank from crystal streams, and fearsome wyverns that soared on leathery wings. Yet, it was the constant threat of discovery by his own kind that kept him ever vigilant. One twilight eve, as Felin made camp in a secluded glade, the air suddenly thickened with an ancient power. The very trees seemed to hold their breath as a figure emerged from the deepening shadows. Lyria, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries, stood before him. "Greetings, Felin of the Starlight Blade," she said, her voice as melodious as a mountain stream. "I've been expecting you." Felin's hand instinctively went to his sword, but something in Lyria's gaze stayed his action. "Who are you?" he demanded, wariness evident in his stance. "How do you know my name?" A smile played at the corners of Lyria's lips. "I am Lyria, guardian of the Twilight Haven. We are a sanctuary for those who walk between worlds, the half-elves, the outcasts, those deemed unworthy by the pure-blooded realms." Her eyes softened with empathy. "Your tale of injustice has reached even our hidden ears." Felin's guard lowered slightly, hope flickering in his chest for the first time since his exile. "Can you help me clear my name?" Lyria's expression grew grave. "I can offer you shelter and purpose, brave warrior. But the path to redemption is fraught with greater perils than you can imagine. A darkness stirs in the forgotten corners of Middle-earth, one that threatens not just your people, but all free races." As if summoned by her words, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the forest. Felin whirled, his blade singing as it left its scabbard. From the underbrush emerged a pack of shadow wolves, their eyes glowing with an unholy light. Lyria raised her hands, summoning a barrier of shimmering twilight energy. "Come," she urged. "We must reach the haven. I'll explain everything once we're safe." Together, they fled through the darkening woods, the shadow wolves snapping at their heels. Felin's warrior instincts kicked in, his blade flashing in deadly arcs whenever a beast drew too close. Lyria's magic illuminated their path, guiding them through hidden trails and secret passages. As dawn broke, they stumbled into a hidden valley nestled between mist-shrouded peaks. The Twilight Haven revealed itself a sprawling city of elegant architecture that blended seamlessly with the natural landscape. Half-elves of various lineages went about their daily lives, their faces a tapestry of elven grace and the diverse features of Middle-earth's many races. Lyria led Felin to the heart of the city, a great hall carved from living crystal. There, she revealed the terrible truth. A cult of dark elves, led by the enigmatic Morwen, the Shadowmancer, sought to resurrect Morgoth, the first Dark Lord. Their rituals had already begun to tear at the fabric of reality, allowing creatures of shadow to seep into the world. The pure-blooded elven realms ignore the threat, Lyria explained, her voice heavy with sorrow. They believe themselves above such lesser concerns. But we of mixed heritage know the value of unity in diversity. We have been gathering allies from all races, humans, dwarves, even the rare enlightened ORC, to stand against this rising darkness. Phelan's mind reeled from the revelation. But how does this connect to my false accusation? Why was I framed? Lyria's eyes met his, filled with grim certainty. Because you are getting too close to the truth, Felon. Your investigations into the strange occurrences at the borders of Ethoria threatened to expose the cult's infiltration of the elven court. They needed you discredited and removed. Anger and purpose surged through Phelan's veins. Then we must act quickly. Tell me how I can help. Over the next months, Felon threw himself into the resistance effort. He trained with half-elven warriors, learning to combine his refined elven techniques with the adaptability of other races. He forged alliances with gruff dwarven weaponsmiths and enigmatic human mages. Each day brought new challenges, but also a growing sense of belonging he had never truly felt in Ethoria. As Phelan's reputation grew, so did the whispers of a prophecy, one that spoke of a disgraced warrior who would unite the divided races against an ancient evil. Many in the Haven began to look to him as a leader, a role he accepted with both determination and trepidation. The final battle loomed as Morwen's forces gathered for the resurrection ritual. Felon stood at the head of an army unlike any Middle-earth had seen. Elves and humans fought side by side. Dwarven war machines rumbled alongside Orcish berserkers who had renounced their dark masters. United by a common purpose, they marched to face the cultists in the Valley of Shattered Souls. The clash of armies shook the very foundations of the earth. Phelan's blade danced through the chaos, felling shadow-corrupted foes with every strike. Lyria's magic blazed across the battlefield, banishing creatures of nightmare back to the void. Yet, for every enemy defeated, the dark ritual grew stronger, the sky above the valley fracturing like black glass. In the heart of the maelstrom, Felon finally confronted Morwen. The Shadowmancer's beauty was terrible to behold, her eyes swirling pools of endless night. Foolish half-breed, she sneered, tendrils of darkness writhing around her. You cannot hope to stop what has been set in motion. Morgoth will rise, and all of Middle-earth will bow before his might. Their duel was a dance of light and shadow, Phelan's starlight blade clashing against Morwen's void black staff. Each blow sent shockwaves of power rippling across the battlefield. As they fought, Felon felt a strange energy building within him, the combined hopes and strength of the diverse army at his back. In a moment of clarity, Felon understood the true meaning of the prophecy. It was not about him alone, but about the power of unity in the face of darkness. With a mighty cry, he channeled the energy of his allies into one final, devastating strike. Morwen's staff shattered, and with it, the dark ritual collapsed. A blinding light erupted from the center of the valley, cleansing the taint of shadow from the land. As the light faded, Felon found himself standing victorious. Morwen and her cultists nothing more than ash on the wind. In the aftermath of the battle, emissaries from the elven kingdoms arrived, bearing news that shook Felon to his core. Evidence had been uncovered proving his innocence, and he was officially pardoned of all charges. He was invited to return to Ethoria with full honors. Felon looked out over the battlefield, where elves, humans, dwarves, and all manner of races were embracing, celebrating their shared victory. He thought of the Twilight Haven, of Lyria's wisdom, and the sense of purpose he had found. With a smile, he turned to the emissaries. "Thank you," he said, "but my place is no longer in Ethoria. There is much work to be done to maintain the alliances we've forged, to build a Middle-earth where all races stand as equals against the darkness." As Felon walked back to his diverse comrades, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had not only cleared his name, but had found a greater purpose, one that would shape the future of Middle-earth for generations to come. The Age of Unity had begun, and Felon, once an exile, now stood as its champion. Story 4. In the shattered lands, where reality itself lay in fractured shards, young Bryn Ironheart stood at the edge of a precipice. Before her, the world split into a kaleidoscope of impossibilities. Floating islands drifted lazily through skies of liquid starlight, while inverted mountains reached downward into abyssal voids. The air shimmered with the raw essence of magic, a constant reminder of the cataclysm that had torn the fabric of existence asunder. Bryn's eyes, the color of burnished copper, scanned the chaotic landscape. Her sturdy dwarven frame belied the grace with which she navigated the treacherous terrain. As she reached out with her mind, she felt the familiar tug of the cosmic threads that bound reality together. With a deep breath, she focused her will, and the impossible began to bend to her command. Slowly, painstakingly, Bryn began to weave the fragments of reality before her. Islands drifted together, their edges melding seamlessly. The inverted mountain righted itself, roots digging deep into newly formed earth. As the last pieces settled into place, Bryn exhaled, a bead of sweat rolling down her temple. She had done it again, another small patch of Middle Earth restored to wholeness. But her moment of triumph was short-lived. A distant roar echoed across the shattered lands, and Bryn's heart sank. The Voidhounds were coming. As she turned to flee, a shimmering portal tore open beside her. From it emerged a tall, lithe figure, clad in silver and starlight. Folklore, the elven guardian, his eyes alight with urgency. "Quickly, young one," he said, extending a hand. "We've little time." Bryn hesitated for only a heartbeat before grasping Falore's hand. Together, they leapt through the portal just as the first of the Voidhound's monstrous creatures of shadow and uncreation burst onto the scene. They emerged in a hidden grove, where ancient trees whispered secrets of ages past. Bryn stumbled, disoriented by the sudden shift, but Folklore steadied her with a gentle hand. "That was too close," the elf said, his melodious voice tinged with concern. "The forces that hunt you grow bolder by the day." Bryn nodded, her copper braids swaying with the movement. "I know, but I can't stop, Folklore. Every piece of Middle Earth I restore, every fragment I weave back into the whole it matters. I have to keep trying." Falore's ageless face softened with a mixture of admiration and sorrow. "Your courage does you credit, young dwarf, but you must understand the magnitude of what you face. The Sundering was no mere natural disaster. There are those who would see reality remain fractured, who thrive in the chaos of the shattered lands, as if summoned by his words." A cold wind swept through the grove. The trees shuddered, their leaves whispering warning. Falore's hand went to the hilt of his star-forged blade. "We must move," he said urgently. "This sanctuary will not remain hidden for long." And so began Bryn and Falore's journey across the patchwork realms of the shattered lands. They traversed crystal deserts where each grain of sand reflected a different moment in time. They scaled mountains of pure thought, where stray ideas manifested as physical obstacles. All the while, Bryn worked tirelessly, weaving reality back together piece by precious piece. But for every realm they restored, new threats emerged. The cult of unbinding, led by the enigmatic Void Witch, sought to unmake Bryn's work. Mercenaries from a dozen fractured kingdoms hunted them, eager to claim the bounty on the reality weaver. Even some of Falore's own kin, seduced by the chaotic power unleashed by the Sundering, turned against them. Through it all, Bryn's resolve never wavered. With each challenge, her power grew. She learned to manipulate the threads of reality with increasing finesse, closing rifts that would have once overwhelmed her. Folklore watched her progress with a mixture of awe and growing unease. One night, as they camped beneath a sky where constellations danced and rearranged themselves, Folklore finally voiced his concerns. "Bryn," he began, his voice gentle but serious, "have you considered the full implications of your power? The ability to reshape reality itself, it's a burden no mortal was meant to bear." Bryn looked up from the campfire, where she had been absently weaving sparks into intricate patterns. "What choice do I have, Folklore? If I don't use this gift, all of Middle Earth might unravel completely." The elf's ancient eyes held a weight of knowledge that made Bryn's heart ache. "There are whispers, young one, prophecies that speak of a crossroads. They say the weaver will stand at the nexus of all realities, with the power to unmake or remake the entire multiverse." Bryn's breath caught in her throat. "Surely, that's just legend. I'm just trying to put things right." Folklore reached out, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I know, and that is why I have faith in you. But you must be prepared for the choices that lie ahead. The power you wield could reshape Middle Earth into a paradise beyond imagining, or it could destroy everything." Bryn finished, her voice barely a whisper. The next day, as they journeyed through a forest where the trees grew backwards in time, Bryn's powers were put to the ultimate test. A massive rift tore open the sky, a wound in reality that threatened to consume everything around it. As Bryn reached out with her mind to begin the process of closing it, a figure stepped through the rift, the void which stood before them, her beauty as terrible as it was mesmerizing. Reality warped around her, uncreation following in her wake. So, she purred, her voice echoing with the emptiness between worlds. The little weaver and her pet guardian. How quaint! Failur's blade was in his hand in an instant, its starlight edge humming with power. Stand back, creature of chaos. You'll not undo our work here. The void witch laughed, the sound shattering the backwards growing trees around them. Oh, but I'm not here to undo anything. I'm here to offer a choice. Her gaze fixed on Bryn, and the young dwarf felt the weight of infinite possibilities pressing down upon her. You've tasted but a fraction of your true power, child. Why limit yourself to merely restoring this broken world? With my guidance, you could reshape reality itself. Create a new Middle Earth, free from pain, from loss, from the petty squabbles of mortals. Bryn felt the seductive pull of the void witch's words. Images flashed through her mind, a world of perfect harmony, where the races of Middle Earth lived in eternal peace. A reality where the sundering had never happened, where her family and clan still thrived in their mountain halls. Don't listen to her, Bryn. Failur's voice cut through the visions. To unmake reality is to destroy all that makes life precious. The joy, the sorrow, the struggles that shape us all would be lost. The void witch's smile was cruel and beautiful. Choose, little weaver. Embrace your destiny as the architect of a new reality, or cling to the broken shards of this doomed world. In that moment, standing at the precipice of all possible futures, Bryn Ironheart made her choice. She reached out, not with the desire to control or reshape, but with the simple, pure intention to heal. The threads of reality responded, not just around the rift, but across all the shattered lands. A wave of restoration swept outward from Bryn, mending the broken fragments of Middle Earth. The void witch screamed in fury as she was banished back beyond the rift, which sealed itself with a sound like the ringing of the world's largest bell. As the dust settled, Bryn found herself standing on solid, unbroken ground. The shattered lands were no more. In their place stretched the familiar landscapes of Middle Earth, whole and unbroken. Failur stood beside her, wonder etched on his ageless face. You did it, he breathed. You restored our world. Bryn nodded, a tired smile on her face. Not just restored, healed. I saw all the possibilities, Failur, and I realized our world doesn't need to be remade. It just needs us to believe in it, to fight for it. With all its flaws and all its beauty, as word spread of Bryn's feat, she became a legend throughout Middle Earth. The reality weaver, they called her, the dwarf who had saved existence itself. But for Bryn, the greatest reward was simpler: the chance to return to her clan's halls, to embrace her family, and to know that she had played a part in ensuring that the story of Middle Earth, with all its triumphs and tragedies, would continue to unfold. And if sometimes in her dreams, she still felt the tug of cosmic threads and glimpsed the infinite possibilities that lay just beyond the veil of reality, well, that was a gift she would treasure, but never again be tempted to abuse. Story 5. The ancient halls of Khazad-diem trembled, dust cascading from carved stone ceilings as a rumble deeper than the roots of the mountains themselves reverberated through the vast underground kingdom. In the heart of the once great dwarven city, a tomb of black marble began to crack, golden runes etched upon its surface flaring to life with an otherworldly light. As the final echoes of the tremor faded, the tomb burst open, and from its depths rose a figure that seemed hewn from the very mountain itself. King Draugr Thunderbeard, his eyes blazing with the fury of 1,000 forges, drew in his first breath in a millennium. His legendary beard, interwoven with mithril threads and adorned with runes of power, cascaded down his broad chest like a waterfall of living stone. Draugr's triumphant roar shook the pillars of the great hall, but as the sound died away, he was met with eerie silence. No joyous cries of his people greeted him. No clanging of hammers on anvils echoed through the corridors. The air was thick with the musty scent of abandonment and decay. As Draugr strode through the once resplendent halls of his kingdom, his heart grew heavy. Where tapestries of gold and mithril had once adorned the walls, only tattered remnants remained. The forges, once roaring day and night with the industry of his people, lay cold and silent. And most chilling of all, not a single dwarf could be seen in the vast expanse of Khazad-dûm. It was at the great gate of the kingdom that Draugr finally encountered life, but not the life he had hoped for. A group of dark elves, their armor black as night, and their eyes glowing with malevolent energy, stood guard over a line of chained dwarves. The prisoners, their spirits broken and their once proud beards shorn, shuffled past, carrying loads of precious metals and gems mined from the depths of their own homeland. Rage boiled in Draugr's veins, but he tempered it with the wisdom of his years. He knew he could not face this enemy alone. Slipping unseen into the shadows, the Dwarf King made his way out of Khazad-dûm and into a world changed beyond recognition. As Draugr traveled the lands of Middle-earth, he was struck by how much had been lost in his thousand-year slumber. The great alliances of old had crumbled, replaced by mistrust and isolationism. The elven kingdoms had retreated further into their secluded realms. The world of men was fraught with petty conflicts, and his own people, those not enslaved, were scattered to the winds. It was on the edges of the Fangorn forest that Draugr's fortunes began to change. There he encountered Elindril, an elven archer, exiled from her homeland for daring to speak out against her people's isolationist policies. Her silver hair gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and her eyes held a fire that matched Draugr's own determination. "I know of you," Draugr thunderbared, Elindril said, her melodious voice tinged with respect. "The legends of your reign echo still in the oldest songs of my people. But how come you to walk these lands again?" Draugr recounted his awakening and the dire state of his kingdom. Elindril's face darkened as she spoke of the rise of the Dark Elves and their conquest of many of Middle-earth's greatest realms. "I will help you reclaim your homeland," the elf declared, "for in doing so, we may yet turn the tide against this spreading darkness." Their unlikely alliance was soon joined by Zephyros, a human mage with wild, storm-gray hair and eyes that crackled with barely contained magical energy. Exiled from the towers of his order for delving into forbidden magics, Zephyros saw in Draugr's quest a chance for redemption and the opportunity to test his powers against a truly worthy foe. The most surprising addition to their band came in the form of Gorik, a troll whose regenerative abilities had granted him a level of intelligence far beyond his brutish kin. Shunned by his own people and hunted by those who feared his kind, Gorik saw in Draugr a leader who might judge him by his actions rather than his appearance. As this motley crew journeyed across Middle-earth, whispers of their quest began to spread. Some dismissed the tales as mere fantasy, but others dared to hope. In hidden valleys and remote mountain fastnesses, the scattered dwarven clans began to stir, their long-dormant pride rekindling at the thought of their legendary king's return. The path to reclaiming Khazad-dûm was fraught with peril. In the mines of Morag, they battled shadow wraiths that fed on the despair of lost souls. Amidst the ruins of Osgiliath, they outwitted a cabal of dark sorcerers seeking to harness the power of ancient and marine artifacts. And in the mist-shrouded peaks of the Immerse, they forged an uneasy alliance with the clan of storm giants, earning their respect through trials of strength and courage. With each victory, Draugr reclaimed a piece of his heritage, the helm of Mountain's heart, which allowed its wearer to sense the very pulse of the earth, the gauntlets of the Forge Father, capable of shaping metal with thought alone, the hammer of thunderous reckoning, a weapon said to be able to shatter mountains and call down the lightning itself. But as Draugr's power grew, so too did the whispers of an ancient prophecy. It spoke of a dwarf king awakened from timeless sleep, whose return would herald either the salvation or the final doom of Middle-earth. Some among their growing band of followers began to look upon Draugr with a mixture of awe and fear, wondering if the weight of such a destiny might not crush even his mighty shoulders. At last, the day came for the assault on Khazad-dûm. Draugr stood before an army unlike any Middle-earth had seen in an age. Dwarves stood shoulder to shoulder with elves, humans, and even a contingent of reformed ORCs who had thrown off the yoke of darkness. Gorok the troll hefted a massive warhammer, while Zephyros' eyes glowed with arcane power. Elindril knocked an arrow to her bow, her gaze fixed on the looming gates of the ancient kingdom. As Drogher raised the hammer of thunderous reckoning, lightning split the sky, and his voice rolled across the battlefield like the rumble of an avalanche. Today, we reclaim not just a kingdom, but a future for all free peoples of Middle-earth. Let the mountains themselves bear witness to our courage. The battle that followed was the stuff of legend. Drogher's army clashed with the forces of the dark elves in the great halls and winding corridors of Khazad-diem. The very stones seemed to come alive, responding to Drogher's presence as ancient defense mechanisms long forgotten sprang to life. In the heart of the kingdom, Drogher finally came face to face with the architect of his people's downfall, his own brother, Morok the Undying. Corrupted by an insidious darkness and sustained by foul magics, Morok had orchestrated Drogher's millennia-long slumber and the enslavement of their people. Brother, Morok's voice dripped with malice. How fitting that you should wake only to witness the final fall of our race. The age of the dwarves is over. Embrace the coming darkness, and perhaps I shall grant you a place at my side. Drogher's response was a mighty swing of his hammer, the clash of their weapons sending shockwaves through the very foundations of the mountain. As they battled, Drogher saw flashes of the brother he had once known, the clever inventor, the loyal friend. His heart ached with the weight of all that had been lost. It's not too late, Morok, Drogher pleaded, even as their weapons locked. Renounce this darkness. Help me restore our people to greatness. For a moment, something flickered in Morok's eyes, a glimmer of the dwarf he had once been. But the darkness that had sustained him for so long would not release its grip easily. With a roar of defiance, Morok redoubled his attack. In the end, it was not Drogher's strength that won the day, but his compassion. As Morok stumbled, overextended from a furious assault, Drogher cast aside his hammer and embraced his brother. The touch seemed to break through centuries of corruption, and Morok let out a wail of anguish and regret. What have I done? He sobbed, the malevolent light fading from his eyes. Brother, can you ever forgive me? Drogher held Morok tightly, his own eyes brimming with tears. There is nothing to forgive. You're home now. As the brothers reconciled, a wave of purifying energy swept through Khazad-diem, cleansing the taint of darkness from its halls. The chains of the enslaved dwarves crumbled to dust, and cheers of liberation echoed through the mountain. In the days that followed, Drogher set about the monumental task of rebuilding his kingdom. But this time, he did so not in isolation, but in cooperation with the other free peoples of Middle-earth. Khazad-diem's gates were thrown open, and soon its halls rang once more with the sound of hammers on anvils. But now, those sounds were joined by elvish songs, human laughter, and even the occasional roar of a friendly troll. As for the prophecy that had haunted Drogher's return, many came to believe that it had indeed been fulfilled. For in choosing compassion over vengeance, and uniting the divided peoples of Middle-earth, Drogher Thunderbeard had not just reclaimed a kingdom, he had forged the foundation for a new age of peace and prosperity. And so, the legend of Drogher Thunderbeard grew, not just as a great warrior and king, but as a unifier, a healer of ancient wounds, and a beacon of hope for all of Middle-earth. Story 6. In the towering halls of Everbright, where sunlight danced on crystalline spires and elfin laughter once echoed through corridors of living wood, an eerie silence now reigned. The great elven kingdom, once a beacon of magic and wisdom, stood frozen in time, its inhabitants transformed into gleaming statues of crystal, their last moments of horror and confusion etched upon their faces. At the heart of this tragedy stood Azarath the Unbound, a human mage whose insatiable thirst for forbidden knowledge had led him down a path of darkness. His eyes, once bright with curiosity, now gleamed with an unnatural purple light as he surveyed his handiwork. The ancient curse he had awakened had surpassed even his wildest expectations, turning the entire elven realm into a museum of frozen beauty. But far beneath the roots of Everbright, in the cavernous depths of the Ironheart Mountain, destiny stirred. Princess Thora Stoneheart, last heir to the lost throne of the deep-holed dwarves, tossed restlessly in her sleep. Visions of shimmering crystal and weeping trees invaded her dreams, accompanied by a haunting melody that seemed to call her name. Thora awoke with a start, her heart pounding. The young dwarf princess sat up in her modest bed, her long auburn hair tangled from her fitful sleep. She looked around her small chamber, carved from the living rock of the mountain, trying to shake off the lingering unease from her dream. "What troubles you, my child?" came a gravelly voice from the doorway. Thora turned to see grim Ironbeard, her guardian and mentor, standing there with concern etched on his weathered face. "I saw it again, Grim," Thora said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The crystal forest, the frozen elves, and the shadows that danced at my command." Grim's bushy eyebrows furrowed. For months now, Thora had been plagued by these visions, each more vivid than the last. But it was the mention of the shadows that truly worried him. For Thora possessed a gift, or perhaps a curse that no dwarf had exhibited in living memory, the ability to manipulate light and shadow. "Perhaps it's time we sought answers beyond our mountain halls," Grim said thoughtfully, stroking his long gray beard. "The visions grow stronger, and I fear they speak of a greater destiny than we can fathom here in Deepholm." Thora nodded solemnly, her green eyes bright with a mixture of fear and determination. She had always known she was different, set apart, not just by her royal blood, but by the strange power that flowed through her veins. Now it seemed the time had come to embrace her destiny. As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the crystal-lined air shafts of Deepholm, Thora and Grim set out on their perilous journey. They traveled light, carrying only essential supplies in the weight of their own doubts. Thora clutched a small pendant, a shard of black opal set in mithril, the last heirloom of her royal lineage. Their path took them through treacherous mountain passes and across vast, windswept plains. Along the way, they encountered other travelers who spoke in hushed tones of the tragedy that had befallen Everbright. Some blamed ancient elven magic gone awry, while others whispered of a dark sorcerer who had brought doom upon the fair realm. It was on the 7th day of their journey, as they made camp in the shadow of an ancient oak, that Thora's visions took on a new urgency. In her dreams, she saw a shimmering amethyst amulet, its facets catching the light of 1,000 stars. She heard a voice, melodious yet tinged with sorrow, speak of the Twilight Tear, a legendary artifact said to hold the power to bridge the gap between light and shadow. When Thora awoke and shared her vision with Grim, the old dwarf's eyes widened in recognition. "The Twilight Tear," he muttered. "I've heard whispers of its power. It was said to be shattered long ago, its fragments scattered across the realms to prevent its misuse. Then we must find the fragments," Thora said with newfound resolve. "It's the key to breaking the curse on Everbright. I'm certain of it." Their quest led them to the farthest corners of the land. In the mist-shrouded whispering woods, they battled shadow wolves to retrieve a fragment hidden in the hollow of a dreaming tree. Beneath the waves of the Sapphire Sea, they negotiated with mercurial merfolk for another piece. Each fragment they collected pulsed with an otherworldly energy that resonated with Thora's own power. But as their journey progressed, Thora found herself grappling with the true nature of her gift. In moments of danger, shadows would bend to her will, forming shields against their foes, or lashing out with deadly precision. Yet each use of this power left her feeling drained, as if a piece of her very essence had been consumed. Their path eventually led them to the outskirts of Everbright itself. The once verdant forest surrounding the elven capital now stood as a glittering wasteland of crystal trees and frozen creatures. As they approached the city gates, Thora felt a chill run down her spine that had nothing to do with the cold. "Be on your guard," Grim warned, his hand resting on the haft of his battle axe. "We know not what traps or horrors the sorcerer may have left behind." They entered the silent city, their footsteps echoing unnaturally off the crystalline surfaces. Everywhere they looked, elven citizens stood frozen in poses of terror or confusion. A baker caught mid-need, his loaves turned to sparkling crystal. Children frozen in the midst of their play, their laughter forever silenced. At the center of the city stood the great Palace of Starlight, its once gleaming towers now twisted into jagged spires of amethyst crystal. It was here, Thora knew, that they would find both Azarath and the final fragment of the Twilight Tear. As they ascended the palace steps, A cold laugh echoed through the air. Azarath materialized before them, his robes billowing with dark energy. "So," he sneered, "the little dwarf princess thinks she can undo my great work. How quaint." Thora stood her ground, the collected fragments of the twilight tear pulsing with energy around her neck. "Your work is an abomination," she declared, her voice steadier than she felt. "I've come to set things right." Azarath's eyes narrowed. "You have no idea of the power you're meddling, child. The knowledge I've gained, the barriers I've broken, I've transcended the petty limitations of mortal magic." With a gesture, he summoned twisted creatures of crystal and shadow to attack. Grim met them with his axe, the enchanted blade shattering their crystalline forms. Thora focused on Azarath himself, calling upon her power over shadow to counter his dark magic. The battle raged through the palace halls, a deadly dance of light and darkness. Thora found herself pushed to the limits of her abilities, each clash with Azarath revealing new depths to her power. But with each use of her gift, she felt a piece of herself slipping away, consumed by the very shadows she commanded. In a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, Thora realized the true nature of her choice. To fully unleash her power and defeat Azarath would mean losing herself to the shadows. But to hold back might mean the defeat of all she had fought for. With a cry that echoed through the crystalline halls, Thora made her decision. She embraced the shadows fully, feeling them surge through her being. The fragments of the twilight tear around her neck blazed with purple fire, completing themselves with the final piece that Azarath wore. Light and shadow swirled around Thora in a maelstrom of power. Azarath's eyes widened in fear as he realized he was outmatched. With a final, desperate gesture, he attempted to turn Thora herself to crystal, but the spell rebounded, enveloping him in a cocoon of his own magic. As the dust settled, Thora stood trembling, the completed twilight tear pulsing gently against her chest. She looked at her hands, marveling at the shadows that now seemed to be a part of her very being. With a deep breath, she reached out with her newfound power, feeling the curse that gripped Everbright. Slowly, carefully, she began to unravel it. The crystal that encased the elven citizens began to melt away like spring snow, leaving bewildered but alive elves in its wake. Throughout the city, a wave of restoration spread, bringing color and life back to the frozen realm. When it was done, Thora sank to her knees, exhausted but triumphant. Grim rushed to her side, his eyes filled with a mixture of awe and concern. "You did it, lass," he said softly. "But at what cost?" Thora looked up at him, a sad smile on her face. The shadows under her eyes seemed deeper now, more a part of her than ever before. "The cost of duty, Grim," she replied. "The cost of saving a realm." In the days that followed, as Everbright slowly came back to life, tales spread of the dwarf princess who had mastered shadow to bring back the light. Elves and dwarves alike came to pay homage to Thora, marveling at the unlikely savior who had bridged the gap between their peoples. But for Thora, the victory was bittersweet. She knew that the power she now wielded set her apart, perhaps forever, from the life she had once known. As she stood on a balcony of the Palace of Starlight, watching the sun set over the restored realm, she wondered what adventures and what challenges her new role as a keeper of balance between light and shadow would bring. The twilight tear glimmered at her throat, a constant reminder of the choice she had made and the destiny she had embraced. And as night fell over Everbright, Princess Thora Stoneheart, shadow wielder and savior of the elven realm, turned her gaze to the stars and prepared for whatever the future might hold. Story 7. In the heart of the ironclad mountains, where ancient dwarven halls echoed with the songs of hammer and anvil, a discovery was made that would shake the very foundations of two worlds. Thorin Ironheart, master blacksmith and leader of the Deep Delve expedition, stood before a shimmering portal, its surface rippling like liquid starlight. The ruins of Silverspire Castle, once a bastion of elven might, now lay silent around him and his companions, save for the low hum emanating from the mysterious gateway. By Moradin's beard, Thorin breathed, his weathered face illuminated by the portal's ethereal glow. What manner of magic is this? Beside him, Gilda Stormcaller, the expedition's resident runemaster, traced intricate patterns in the air with her fingers. It's old magic, Thorin, older than our oldest legends. This portal. It leads somewhere beyond our realm, the other dwarves of the expedition murmured uneasily, their hands instinctively tightening on axe handles and pickaxe shafts. They had come to these ruins seeking forgotten treasures and lost knowledge, but this discovery far exceeded their wildest expectations. Thorin stroked his iron-gray beard, his mind racing with possibilities and dangers. As a master craftsman, he had always been driven by an insatiable curiosity, a need to understand the workings of the world. Now, standing before this impossible doorway, he felt that same curiosity burning brighter than ever. "We must investigate," he declared, silencing the whispers of his companions. "Whatever lies beyond, it could hold the key to untold wonders or unspeakable dangers. Either way, we have a duty to our people to find out." With a deep breath, Thorin stepped forward, the portal's surface parting like a curtain of liquid diamonds as he passed through. One by one, his companions followed, each vanishing into the shimmering veil with a flash of light. The world that greeted them on the other side was a nightmare of twisted familiarity. Gone were the proud mountains and lush forests of their homeland. In their place stood jagged peaks of obsidian and forests of gnarled, ash-white trees. The sky above burned a sickly crimson, crossed by veins of purple lightning. "By all the gods," Gilda gasped, her eyes wide with horror. "What is this place?" Before Thorin could respond, a bone-chilling howl echoed across the blasted landscape. From the shadows of the twisted forest emerged a pack of creatures that defied description, wolf-like in form, but with skin of molten stone and eyes that glowed with infernal fire. "Weapons ready," Thorin roared, hefting his mighty warhammer. The dwarves formed a defensive circle, their backs to each other, as the monstrous wolves closed. The battle that followed was fierce and desperate. Thorin's hammer crushed skulls of living stone, while Gilda's runes flashed with protective magic. Yet for every beast they felled, two more seemed to take its place. Just as hope began to fade, a hail of arrows rained down from above, each shaft finding its mark with uncanny precision. The surviving wolves retreated, yelping in pain and fury. From the twisted trees descended a group of figures that, at first glance, appeared to be elves. Yet as they drew closer, Thorin saw the truth: these were no elves, but rather twisted mockeries of the fair folk. Their skin was ashen, their eyes black as coal, and cruel smiles played upon their lips. "Well, well," purred their leader, a lithe figure with hair like spun silver. "What have we here?" "Dwarves from the other side, stumbling into our little paradise." Thorin stood tall, his hammer still at the ready. "Who are you? What is this place?" The dark elf's smile widened, revealing razor-sharp teeth. "I am Malakar, Lord of the Ashen Wood, and this, my stout friends, is what your world could have been, what it still might become, over the next hours." As the dwarves were led to Malakar's stronghold, a warped reflection of the very castle they had just left, the terrible truth was revealed. This world was a dark mirror of their own, one where an ancient war between elves and dwarves had spiraled into apocalyptic ruin. Dark magic and forbidden technology had torn reality asunder, transforming both races into shadows of their former selves. But it was when Thorin met his counterpart in this world that true horror struck. Thornax the Render, as he was called, was a monster in dwarven form. His beard was woven with the bones of his enemies, his eyes glowing with the same infernal fire as the wolf beasts they had fought. "Hello, brother," Thornax growled, his voice like gravel grinding on steel. "Welcome to the future." Thorin recoiled, disgust and fear warring within him. "I am nothing like you," he spat. Thornax's laughter was like the clash of rusted gears. "Not yet, but every choice, every compromise, every dark thought you've ever entertained, that's what forged me. And it will forge you too, in time." As Thorin and his companions were thrown into the dungeons of Malakar's twisted castle, despair threatened to overtake them. Yet in the depths of that despair, Thorin found a spark of hope. For if this world was truly a reflection of their own, then perhaps there were others here, others who had not succumbed to the darkness. It was Gilda who provided the key to their salvation. In the gloom of their cell, she whispered ancient words of power, calling upon magics long forgotten in their own world, but still potent here. The bars of their cage melted away like snow in summer, and they slipped into the shadowed corridors of the castle. As they searched for a way back to their own world, Thorin and his companions encountered wonders and horrors beyond imagination. They battled constructs of living metal and forges that belched toxic fumes. They navigated libraries where books whispered dark secrets and tried to devour unwary readers. And all the while, they pieced together the history of this blighted realm and the key to saving both worlds from a similar fate. For Thornax and Malachar, it was revealed, sought to merge the two realities, to spread their corruption across both versions of the world. The portal that had brought Thorin and his friends here was but the first step in their grand design. In the heart of Malachar's throne room, Thorin and his companions made their final stand. Elven renegades, those who had rejected the dark path their kin had taken, fought alongside them. Thorin found himself back to back with Elindra Moonshadow, an elven archer whose silver eyes held the last glimmer of her people's former grace. For both our worlds. Thorin roared as he brought his hammer down upon the skull of a shadow dwarf, the creature's form dissipating like smoke. Elindra's arrows found their marks with deadly precision, each shaft glowing with a light that seemed to drive back the very darkness around them. For hope, she cried, her voice clear and defiant. The battle raged on, magic and steel clashing in a symphony of destruction. Gilda's runes blazed with power, creating shields of force that turned aside the dark elves' poison blades. The dwarven warriors fought with all the strength and skill of their ancestors, their axes and hammers reaping a terrible toll among their corrupted kin. But it was Thorin who faced the greatest test. As his companions held off the hordes of twisted creatures, he confronted Thornax before the portal that linked their worlds. The two dwarves, mirror images of what could be and what might have been, clashed in a duel that shook the very foundations of the castle. "You cannot win," Thornax snarled, his cruel axe leaving a trail of sickly green fire in its wake. "The darkness is in you, just as it is in me. Embrace it." Thorin parried the blow, his hammer ringing against the cursed metal of Thornax's weapon. "No," he growled through gritted teeth. "I am not you. I will never be you." With a roar of defiance, Thorin called upon every ounce of strength and skill he possessed. His hammer became a blur of motion, striking with the precision of a master craftsman and the power of a force of nature. Thornax, for all his dark might, found himself driven back step by step. In that moment, as hammer met axe in a shower of sparks, Thorin saw the truth. The darkness that had consumed Thornax, that threatened both worlds, was born of fear of the other, fear of change, fear of loss. And in facing that fear, in rejecting the easy path of hatred and despair, Thorin found a strength his counterpart could never match. With a final, thunderous blow, Thorin's hammer shattered Thornax's axe and sent the dark dwarf sprawling. The corrupted version of himself lay broken at his feet, gasping and defeated. "It's over," Thorin said, his voice heavy with exhaustion and sorrow. "Your reign of terror ends here." As Malachar fell to Lindra's arrows and the last of the shadow creatures were driven back, a sense of peace settled over the battlefield. The portal, no longer fueled by dark magic, began to flicker and fade. "We must go," Gilda urged, her eyes on the rapidly destabilizing gateway. "This world is not for us," Thorin nodded, but paused as he saw the look in Elindra's eyes. "Come with us," he said, extending a hand to the elven archer. "Help us prevent this future from ever coming to pass." Elindra hesitated for a moment, then clasped Thorin's hand firmly. "For both our peoples," she said with a sad smile. As the last of Thorin's company stepped through the portal, returning to their own world with newfound allies and wisdom, the twisted realm behind them began to crumble. Yet in its destruction lay the seeds of hope for a future where the mistakes of the past need not be repeated, where ancient enmities could be laid to rest, and where the forges of destiny would craft a brighter tomorrow for all. Story 8. In the heart of the Everwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind, a lone figure emerged from the mists. Elindra Moonwhisper, last surviving heir to the elven throne of Luminara, stepped onto the moss-covered stones of her ancestral home. The once grand palace of Starhold now stood in silent ruin, its crystal spires cracked and overgrown with luminous vines. Elindra's hand instinctively went to the hilt of her moonsilver blade, eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. She had spent the last decade in self-imposed exile, honing her skills as a warrior and biding her time. Now, as the prophecy foretold, she had returned to reclaim her birthright. As she ascended the steps of Starhold, memories flooded back of laughter echoing through gilded halls, of her father's wise counsel, and of the night everything changed. The night when betrayal and dark magic tore her world apart. The great doors of the throne room creaked open at her touch, revealing a scene of desolation. Where once sat the throne of stars, there now stood a crude iron seat, surrounded by swarthy dwarven mercenaries. And upon that throne, a figure that made Elindra's blood run cold, Malaki Shadowweave, her father's most trusted advisor, now adorned in the regalia of a usurper king. "Welcome home, little princess," Malachi's voice dripped with false sweetness. "We've been expecting you," Elindra's blade sang as she drew it from its sheath. "Your reign ends today, traitor," she declared, her voice carrying the weight of royal command. But before she could take another step, a dozen crossbows leveled at her chest. The dwarven mercenaries, led by the grizzled Captain Grimjaw Ironheart, formed a living wall between her and Malaki. Now, Malaki tutted, rising from his throne. "Let's not be hasty. After all, we have so much to discuss." What followed was a tense standoff, with Elindra forced to lower her weapon, lest she be turned into a pincushion. Malaki, ever the silver-tongued serpent, spun a tale of how he had saved the kingdom from ruin after the mysterious death of the royal family, how he had brought prosperity through his alliance with the dwarven clans of the Iron Mountain. But Elindra saw through his lies. She could feel the wrongness in the air, the way the very trees of the Everwood seemed to recoil from Malachi's touch. This was not prosperity, but a stranglehold of fear and dark magic. "Enough," Elindra finally interrupted. "I challenge you to trial by combat, as is my right by ancient law. Or are you too craven to face me yourself?" Malachi's eyes narrowed, a flicker of genuine fear passing across his face before being replaced by a cruel smile. "Very well, princess, but not here. Meet me at the Grove of Whispers at midnight. We shall let the old magic judge who is worthy to rule." As Elindra was escorted from the throne room, her mind raced. She knew Malaki would never fight fair, but she had no choice. The fate of Luminara hung in the balance. In the hours before midnight, Elindra slipped away from her dwarven guards and ventured deep into the Everwood. There, in a glade bathed in starlight, she sought the counsel of the forest spirits her people had long protected. Ancient willows bent their branches towards her, their leaves whispering forgotten songs. Ghostly wisps danced around her feet, leading her to a hidden spring. As Elindra knelt to drink from its crystal waters, a vision shimmered before her eyes. She saw the true extent of Malachi's corruption, how he had bound the reluctant dwarfs to his will with dark oaths, how he siphoned the life force of the land to fuel his foul magics. But she also saw hope, a way to break his power and restore balance to Luminara. When Elindra arrived at the Grove of Whispers, she found Malaki waiting, surrounded by his dwarven thralls. The usurper king sneered as he drew a wicked-looking blade that pulsed with unholy energy. "Prepare to join your family in oblivion, little princess," he taunted. But Elindra stood tall, her moonsilver blade gleaming with inner light. "I am Elindra Moonwhisper," she declared, her voice ringing through the grove. "Daughter of starlight, protector of the Everwood, and true heir to the throne of Luminara. And I will not fall to the likes of you." The battle that followed was a dance of light and shadow. Malachi's dark magics clashed against Elindra's elven grace and skill. Trees groaned and the earth trembled as their powers collided. Yet even as they fought, Elindra began to sing. It was an ancient elven song of renewal, of spring following winter, of hope in the darkest night. The melody wove through the air, touching the hearts of all who heard it. One by one, the ensorcelled dwarves began to shake off Malachi's influence. Captain Grimjaw was the first to break free, his eyes clearing as he realized the full extent of the evil he had served. Malaki, sensing his control slipping, lashed out with a burst of corrupting energy. But Elindra stood firm, her blade deflecting the assault. In that moment of desperation, she saw her opening. With a fluid motion, she disarmed Malaki and pressed her blade to his throat. "Yield," she commanded, her voice carrying the full weight of royal authority. Malachi's eyes darted wildly, searching for an escape. But he found himself surrounded by the very dwarves he had enslaved, their axes and hammers now pointed at him. "Never," he snarled, reaching for a hidden dagger. But before he could strike, the earth itself rose up against. Roots burst from the ground, entangling Malachi's limbs. The trees of the Everwood groaned in judgment, and before everyone's eyes, the usurper was drawn into the earth, his screams fading as he vanished into the depths. In the silence that followed, Elindra turned to the assembled dwarves. "You are free," she said softly. "The oaths that bound you are broken. Return to your homes, if you wish, or stay and help rebuild Luminara. The choice is yours." Captain Grimjaw stepped forward, his weathered face etched with shame and determination. "My lady," he said, dropping to one knee, "we owe you a debt that can never be repaid. Allow us to serve you, to make amends for the wrongs we have done." Elindra smiled, reaching out to clasp the dwarf's calloused hand. "Rise, Captain. There is much work to be done, and I will need allies I can trust." In the days that followed, word spread throughout Luminara of Elindra's return and Malachi's defeat. Elves emerged from hiding, dwarves came down from the mountains, and even the shy-fi folk of the deepest forests revealed themselves. Elindra's coronation was a day of joy and renewal. As the crown of starlight was placed upon her brow, the land itself seemed to rejoice. Flowers bloomed out of season, and the stars shone with uncommon brightness. But even as she took her place on the throne of stars, Elindra knew that the real work was just beginning. Luminara had been wounded deeply by Malachi's reign, and it would take time and effort to heal those wounds. She looked out over the assembled crowd, elves, dwarves, and Fi standing side by side, and felt a swell of hope. "My people," she began, her voice carrying to every corner of the throne room. "We have weathered a great darkness, but we emerged stronger for it. Let this be the dawn of a new age, an age of cooperation, of harmony between all the peoples of Luminara." As cheers erupted, Elindra caught Captain Grimjaw's eye. The dwarf nodded solemnly, a silent promise of loyalty and support. She knew there would be challenges ahead. Centuries of mistrust between races did not vanish overnight, but for the first time in years, the future looked bright. In the years that followed, Queen Elindra Moonwhisper became known as a just and wise ruler. Under her guidance, Luminara flourished. The elven cities were rebuilt, now incorporating dwarven craft and ingenuity. Trade routes opened between the forest realms and the mountain holds. And in the heart of the Everwood, a great council chamber was erected, where representatives of all races could gather to discuss matters of importance. But Elindra never forgot the lessons of her exile, nor the prophecy that had guided her home. She knew that evil could take root in the most unexpected places, and that eternal vigilance was the price of peace. And so, even as she ruled from the throne of stars, Elindra would often slip away in disguise, traveling the length and breadth of her realm. She listened to the whispers of the trees, the songs of the rivers, and the tales told in taverns and marketplaces. For she knew that a true ruler's strength came not from the crown upon her head, but from the love and trust of her people. And in the grove of whispers, where Malaki had met his fate, a single sapling took root. Its leaves shimmered with an inner light, a reminder of the balance between light and shadow, and the power of hope to overcome even the darkest of magics.